Good morning. Just busy typing something there. Yeah, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I capture on my two main monitors here is included in the video, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking, so it gets a complete, transparent, and fully accountable journal recording. This is, as I said, this is Risk Neutral Trading, and I only take live trades in the real market, and I have a commitment to never take a trade off of the stream. So that's the reason the stream is so long every day, and that I've been doing these Globex streams in the evening for full accountability and transparency. I'm just sick and tired of watching people around, YouTube or whatever it is that are, doing some replay or some crap on TradingView, which is, fine with it. I mean, fine. If that's what their viewers want to watch, that's cool. But that's not my point. My point is to develop a consistently profitable trading business, and I want it to be I want it to be real. So there you go. Now, having said that, of course, this is not for financial or trade advice. This is my trading journal. So I'm not licensed to provide that kind of information or leadership, and so I do not attempt to. And there's a disclaimer in the description here. So there you go. Again, this is Bookmap. This is IRT. They're my two main applications that I use. Now, Bookmap, any trades that I take on Bookmap are live, real time in the live market. Real trading, live data. There you go. Both of them are being powered by Rhythmic Data. This is my charting package, IRT. And we'll get into that later. So let's get on to the news. Now, the reason we have this giant spike up here is CPI was just released, and it's following the form of the new, I don't know what you call it, the new normal, the new attempt at the administration or whoever, to maybe not be completely forthright. And I'll show you what I mean, or why I think that, actually. So let's look at the reports and stuff now and get on with it. So here is my first news source. Oldest one is investing.com. They only report traditional economic and financial events. You can filter it for wherever you are and whatever reports you're interested in. But here's what I'm talking about with it, for example, with the CPI. And these numbers are different than they were. What is happening, I've noticed on several of these reports, is that the forecast is high, so when the actual number comes in, it appears to be a lot lower. Now, this looks different than the numbers I just saw on Financial Juice. So anyway, that's something to be aware of. Here are the numbers that we had out this morning, and there we are. Not quite sure what this numbers mean now. This is pretty strange. Okay. Anyway, Financial Juice. So you notice that they had the event title for any of these changes to a URL when you hover over it. If you don't know what core CPI is, month over month, you can click that link and you can find out all about it. The other news source that I use is, Financial Juice. And I do that because they also they have a calendar here, and frequently they will pull in some event which has been recognized to have potential risk to our market, but which is not a financial normal number, like Trump's going to speak or something like that. And it's got nothing to do with political statement. It's got to, from my part, it's got to do with the fact that as traders today, our initial prime directive is to preserve our account. The only way you can, the basic fundamental way you do that is risk management. If you don't know about a potential risk, it's impossible to manage it. So I'd like to know about them. That's the point. And on the right side over here, you'll see you will see a squawk box pretty much. I'm just really amazed about those numbers. It looks so different than what appeared the first time. That's so weird. Or maybe I'm just losing the edge here. I don't know. Looks like the numbers changed to me. Anyway, good. I mean, that's fine. Obviously, they're not great. How could they be great? It's thousands of people are being laid off. Inflation is consistently going up. And now with this recent development yesterday, prices for fuel and fertilizer and everything that comes through the Straits of Hormuz will apparently be going up 20%. If the statements out of the administration are correct. I don't know. Seems pretty crazy to me, but anyway, there you have it. So that's where we are for the news. Those are the events that are out so far today. And of course, I don't need to warn anybody about the geopolitical risk, which remains on, crisis alert at all moments, because who the hell knows what's going to be said or tweeted, and there'll be some giant reaction. Yeah, let's get on to the pre-market here. So here is this is Bookmap. ETH Open right there, 1700 last night. Flat. Boom! CPI. Yeah. And this is the inside market. My theory or practice here is that I put this blue vertical line I refer to as Blue Boy over here on the first print of every session. This is the inside market. This is right here, right now, always. So if I have Blue Boy on the left and I have this on the right, I know that this is the complete ETH market so far, session so far. IRT. Now, first, it's important maybe to notice, or if you're curious, that the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session are in the header of every one of these windows. So easy to always know what you're looking at. Here we are with the overnight and then lead up to the CPI, and there's a release. This is the MES, the MNQ, and this is the MES high time frame or market profile chart, or micro composite chart, I'm sorry. This is market profile. There's also a similar tab for the minis. Looking at the higher time frame down, which is always the way to start as far as I'm concerned, we have a again, what's going on here? The MES, 1 minute daily time frame and a daily session. So every one of these bars is one full RTH trading session. Yesterday, Friday, Thursday, and so on. Wherever the price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around it, and that generates a MCVPOC, high and low volume nodes, represented by the red and green lines. And those values, the high and low volume nodes, push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. So that's where we are with that. This is Bookmap again. The columns from right to left are the micro composite, where I've manually entered these values. These are the high and low volume nodes. This is the volume profile for the full session. Started plotting last night at 1700. And this is the RTH, which will reset this morning at 8:30. Let's hope. These are the statistics based on the statistical open type. And from yesterday, we'll determine what those are, what that is today, and then we'll go get the new stats. And these are the session prices. This is the full level 2 book, ask and bid. I don't have a dome open here anymore, but I have the two most important columns, the liquidity and the price. And the heat map chart slash whatever you want to call it over here. Notice there's no indicators, just a VWAP, POC, mid, and then the session, some session price lines and some reference lines for my live trading for the strategy that I'm working on now. And this is, yeah, I believe in the keep it simple, stupid idea. So this is just price, volume, statistics or probabilities. That's it. Let's look at the statistical open type and get this column going here. Very simple that we look at the, excuse me, we look at the open. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, I happen to know that the previous RTH close is right there. That's 55 3/4. So it's higher than the close. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high and there's the low. So it's higher than the close and within range. So instead of lower in range, we have a new open type today, higher in range, of course. Why not? And I always change the column title so that when I look at a screen snap or the recording or anyone else does, you can always tell what that open relationship was. Next, need to clear the notes from yesterday and put in the new ones. So how do we get the stats? Well, they come from this study right here. There was yesterday. Here's what we've determined it would be today. So the system looks back at 1,827 trading days, the most recent. We opened higher in range, 570 of them. Of the days we opened higher in range, the overnight volume point of control was revisited 80.9% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, right there. 80.9. And that's all there is to it. Now we're just going to go down the list. The overnight high is 74.6. And the overnight low is, oops, I didn't get that very good, did I? Scooch up there a tick. The mid is 74.4. The overnight mid, which is right there. All I'm doing is just going down the list of the session prices and their expected probability to be revisited by price overnight. POC, high, mid. Now we're going to do the previous close, 68.9. That's all there's to it. Real simple. Remember the KISS principle. Previous POC is 66.1. And I always you need to put the initials there or, identifier, because the minute we open, the POC is going to move to wherever price is. And I want to know what was where. The previous IB low is 59.8. Same story with that. And the IB low is this green guy right here. And it's behind the mid and it's behind a bunch of stuff. So let's... I'm not going to be able to do much there. Well, I maybe can. Let's look at what happens here. Now it's still pretty thoroughly buried up here. See there, the mid there. I'll put it right above because I want to show you what it's like. The IB low, where'd that go? Well, that's the high. I don't want the IB, yeah, the IB low, where'd it go? Okay, 59.8. 59.8 IB low. Again with the initials because the minute we open, by definition, the initial balance high and low are simply the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the minute we open, this is going to jump down other side of price, right? Previous highs, 58.9. To be real careful about this active data column over here now. I don't want to be in a trade unintentionally. What else have we got going on here? I want to see previous low and overnight low. Where the hell did they go? Overnight low is 48.4. No. That's not. Dope. Do my Homer imitation over here. Previous low, where did you go? Previous low is 34.6. This is great. Now, obviously, if we're going to get to 48.4, we're going to get through 34.6 first, right? That should be pretty obvious. And that highlights the fact, or spotlights the fact, that these are probabilities. They're not based on relationship, what happened yesterday, Donald Trump fell over and choked on his hamburger. I mean, nothing. They're based on the two probabilities that establish the open type, and then the system looks back over 1,827 trading days, the most recent 1,827 trading days, and determines that we open higher in range that many days. And this is the probability or the percentage of time that these various levels were revisited by price in the RTH session. And that's all there is to it. Now, I'm way ahead of schedule here, and I'm a little bit worried as to why, but let's just keep going. It should be obvious that we need to be able to trade with Bookmap if we're going to be in this business. So the way you do that, and it's already active from last night because I streamed last night. You activate the trade control panel by clicking that button. Typically, let's start from the beginning. Typically, that button looks like this. So you click the button, and then you select an account that you will trade with. And then you can click the button again, and it stays green. You get these metrics, and you get cancel and close. So you can have the same functionality as the trade control panel. Now, I'm not using the trade control panel or the first thing I want to do is make sure I've got that's correct. I want to make sure I've got multi-brackets on, and that's correct. This is my risk neutral high volatility risk bracket, and I'm multi-account trading. So everything is set there. And I'll explain why I'm using the Lucid stuff here in a minute. So now we can trade, and you must be very careful because this active data column here is a minefield. If you accidentally click here for any reason, you've got an order or a trade, whether you meant to or not. Yes, that's the voice of experience talking. And the next thing I want to do here is the TLab snap. And that is something, let me just do it and then I'll explain it. I don't multitask very well, that's why I'm saying this. The TLab snap is the TLab itself is a bookmap Discord chat room. And it is led by a guy named Tom B. It was created by him, actually, who's a professional trader with about 48 years experience. Every day around 6, I post the reports for the day, and every day around 8:20, I post this chart to give anybody in there all the numbers they might be able to confuse themselves with. And it's just kind of a, way of, support or tip your hat or respect or whatever for the TLab. Tom's been trading for 48 years. He started out professionally. He doesn't trade live, nor do they call trades. But there's a good crew of people in there. You're never solicited for anything. And I was pretty active in there until I actually took his advice and started focusing on my own market and narrating that. And then the next step was the stream, because I was not good at focusing on the market and doing screen snaps and typing in stuff in a journal. So that's how this evolved, actually. And I think I'm up to speed now. Well, we're early, so that's cool. We had, I don't know what to make of all this, to be honest with you. Obviously, the geopolitical risk is the key thing to be aware of these days. Even more so than, like, the PMI. Because Trump came out with some statement or tweet on Truth Social yesterday, I think it was, and the market drops 50 or 60 points. So we've got about 5 minutes till the open here. Let's hope IRT doesn't fall on its head and Bookmaps struggles along all right. Now at the open, these levels and reference zones will bracket price. They're from yesterday at the moment. I'm only, as I said, I only trade live, real time, on Bookmap. In IRT, however, is where I develop strategies, and that so any trades that the system takes, for example here, would be in the IRT simulated environment, because I'm not going to be, developing and testing something with real money. That doesn't make much sense to me. So just as a note. But definitely Bookmap. No problem. And we'll once we open, we'll see how everything shakes out here. I'm sure I must have forgotten something, because I very seldom have 4 or 5 minutes to just stand here and relax and anticipate the open. Whatever it is, I apologize, and welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. See what Bloomberg's got to say for himself. Oh shit, I don't know about any of that. Yeah. Stupid shit. Never mind. Three minutes left here. I'm trying to get this. Good morning, and welcome to the stream. My virtual trading journal. The idea is that everything I watch on my two primary monitors here are captured in the stream, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking, so I have a complete journal. I only trade live, real time, on Bookmap. Never a recording, never a playback. Obviously, if you're watching the stream after it was recorded, it is a recording. But no trades are taken on the stream, in hindsight or rearview mirror, whatever you call it. And you can always tie everything together here. I stream the entire monitor, not just the application, so you can see any programs open at the bottom. You can also see the system clock to the second and the date, and tie that back to both Bookmap and IRT. So there's no it's my trading journal. Who would I be trying to kid? Me? How dumb is that? I realize that there are some people that that's their whole stock and trade, but that's not what I'm about. Some delusional stuff out there, boy. They're either delusional or just pathological liars. I don't get it. I really don't get it. We're going to open here in 30 seconds, so let's see what happens. We've had the CPI. That's what that big bump was after a flat night. And here we go. 3 seconds. Will it reset? No. Now I double clicked it and reset it myself. IRT immediately goes into lag mode. So here we go. We've reset. The IB high and low will bank off around the top and the bottom here. The POC is already moved up. I need to get over here to IRT now and there we go. Switch these to the RTH session for the full session. So now this is yesterday's RTH. That's Friday's, and here we are today so far. The reason I do that is to keep the session prices aligned for anybody that might want them, and these lags are just getting ridiculous. 33 seconds. Look up here at the top. Jesus, this is just really irritating. And here we have our open. Here's the POC. The micro composite POC finally migrated yesterday. For the longest time, it was down here at 7440, and it migrated up here to 55 or 56. Crazy. And this is the micros. And I need to switch to minis. Okay. Let's see if we're off and running down here now. This is the current setup working. And yeah, there we go. So the IB high, the IB low, and the percentages. These values are pushed to bookmap right here. And the percentages are just 25% of the range, and they're recalculated dynamically, of course, as the range expands. It doesn't contract, but just as the IB doesn't. The IB moves up, it doesn't move down. The IB high with price. The range expands, it never contracts as far as the initial balance is concerned, and these prices are these value levels are just 25%. And here we go. Once we get a little bit of breathing room here, I'll put Blue Boy on the job. Right there would be the good one. I need to give it some breathing room to get away from this active data column, as I mentioned. That sucker's dangerous. That's close enough. Pretty crazy stuff going on out there. Pretty crazy stuff. We did open in a gap, you know, we were gap up, gap rules, but it's so insignificant. And here's our, this would close, or my mouse go, this would close the gap right here, right? The gap, I want to be sure and explain this. I have always referred to and thought about a gap as the difference between the range and the open. So in other words, in my old version, there would have been no gap because there's the high and there's the low and here's the open in the middle, which is completely wrong. I was wrong all these years. By definition, it's just, you know, splitting hairs maybe, but by definition, the gap is previous close, which is right there, to the open. So here's where I put the gap low, and here's where I'm going to put the gap high, because that's technically correct. And I'll explain why I'm doing that in a minute, as soon as I do it. The reason is that I'm using other data tools now, and they have various reports and specific and statistics based on the correct gap closure. And so we can look at that in a minute, I guess. Here, let's see. We got Blue Boy on the job. That's the most important thing, and I have hopefully explained that well, but I'll do it again. Come on. There we go. So the first print of each session, I put Blue Boy on the job, this blue vertical line. This is always right here, right now, inside market. So if I look back and see Blue Boy, and I know this is the inside market, this absolutely is the full context for the ETH. And there's our report. And now we've just opened the RTH, and the same will go there. And you can see they go back for forever. So that really helps me keep context in mind rather than putting flags over here in this column for migrating VPOCs. So that's that. And now let's wind this out to about, that's 15 minutes. Let's look at a little more. Let's look at still 15 minutes. Wow. Well, let's keep it like that, I guess. So there's the IB high, there's the IB low. They look about right. There's the high. This is the RTH volume profile, RTH delta. Our gaps are high and low volume nodes from the micro composite chart, and all of our statistics. So what have we done so far? Well, we've tapped out the previous POC. We tapped out the mid. We didn't quite get down to the overnight volume point of control or the close the gap, or point south. And I'm gonna go grab some green tea. I'll be right back. Well, what happened? Exactly nothing. Okay. Well, we're in a real tight rotation. Haven't done anything. Got a gap high. Haven't closed the gap. And these levels are meaningless at this point because I need to wait for the IB and the initial balance to form. So that's what we're doing. There's no more numbers out. God knows what'll come down out of, some tweet or another, but the numbers are out for the morning, so. Now, in case I'm lying to you. Well, we got FOMC people talking Fed. And, that's about it. There's the numbers. There's the reports. I still am not quite sure how that worked. But. And financial juice, we've got, market on open imbalance. Very mild. The market on close are huge. Today should be a non-interrupted trading day. There's no driving or delivering or anything. Tomorrow, I've got a 4 o'clock in the morning call, so that's there will be no interruption until 1:30 tomorrow when I have to leave to go to pick Tam back up. I'm the soccer dad here, so I got to change hats through the day. Now we're talking about 3 o'clock. That ought to be something that shakes everybody up. Okay. There's what we know for news. Right now we have a minimal lag on IRT. Don't usually restart it until the top of the hour. But when I bitch and moan about lags, I'm talking about this right here. These are seconds. That's the period of time it takes that this is behind the market. And that's really not good. Really not good at all. It's untradeable. Even though I don't trade on IRT, I expect it to be the reference that I expect it to be, not something else. Hey, where's the freaking gap? Like right now, I can't move the market profile chart to have it display what I want to. But the current market, that's just annoying beyond all measure. What's going on? I don't know what's going on here, to be honest with you. It doesn't want to tell me the time frame, and it doesn't want to. So freaking frustrating. And I have done everything I can think of to fix that. Fix this. Well, here's our trade in the Globex. Why isn't it showing our trade in the RTH? Well, pretty weird. Pretty weird. Usually the market profile chart never falls on its ass. I don't know what's going on with it. I already gave up on IRT. Anyway, what a pain in the ass. Well, I'll tell you what I can do about that. I'll show you who's boss. You son of a bitch. I'll just do that right there. All right, so let's focus on something that is working, and move on to the next idea about how I'm approaching this trade from a statistical point of view, not from a nonsense point of view. Well, that's irritating. Asset, that was the best inflation report we've seen in about 6 years. What is he, out of his freaking mind? Inflation was at less than 2%. Wow. Crazy. The delusional spin is amazing. And we'll let IRT try to restart and figure out what it's going to do next and see if maybe it'll work. And it is not my machine, that's for sure. Well, we're getting something going on the market profile chart, so that's a step in the right direction. Wow. Okay. Well, here we are, all dressed up and no place to go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. There's no news coming out, so we're just in the hole here. We're ticking it up slightly. VPOC has migrated higher a little bit. The range is still really tight, 87 to 65. Well, not so tight. It's tight because I don't have the proper scaling in here. Now here we have 1 point high. That looks a little, that's a little better scaling, you see. That's something that I frequently do, or a problem that I have with Bookmap. I'll think, that's hardly moving. Look at what a tight range that is. And this is 88 and this is 64. So that's 24 handles wide so far on that range on the IB, which is quite wide. That means that each one of these zones is 5 points. That's real important for risk management. Well, it looks like it looks like the reset has had some impact. We have 0 lags over here now. It's got to be a memory hole, a leak, because restarting certainly doesn't change the fact that there's a lot of data coming down the pipe. So anyway, enough of that. Let's get on with the next idea here, which is to discuss how my systems are, how the trading system is going to develop, and how I have developed it. First of all, this particular system is based on the initial balance. That's where I started. My way to approach the market is to approach it from a point of view that it is a basically random market. So predicting is not a good idea. To base it on data that is generated away from the live market through backtesting, and how do you do that? Well, you recognize something that happens frequently. Initial balance happens every day. Initial balance high, initial balance low. You don't want some strategy based on an event that happens once a year. Okay, I don't think so. The initial balance, then you identify rules around that to validate a trade. At that point, backtest, you set it up so that you can backtest and achieve and acquire a statistically significant data set around that. And that's what this is. Now I've got to change these because I just reset, IRT, so it's all upside down. These are all the rules for the initial balance trade based on these fixed zones. They're not plotting over here because it's not, the initial balance hasn't been set yet. It's not the first 1 hour, into the first 1 hour. You can then back test and forward test. My problem is that I'm not a good code warrior or programmer, so it takes me forever to develop these things. And this is I got to do my cleanup campaign over here too. Boom, 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 boom. All right, now we can put the IBEFs back on. There we go. So here are the zones which are pushing to IRT, or bookmap. What this system is based on, this will take trades today if they are triggered, and it will be graphed or plotted over here. Now again, this is forward testing. This was back testing, forward testing, simulated environment. But because it's this system, and I now push this to bookmap, I will trade this live on bookmap with me in the middle. And that may or may not be a good thing. Assuming there's a trigger. Yesterday there was not. So what I'm trying to do then, in order to expedite the situation, because just having 1 or 2 setups is not enough, I don't believe. So I need more bullets in the gun, right? I want to expedite my vetting process for setups. And what I'm doing in that goal, or to that end, is using a new tool called Edgeful, which is basically fleshes out probabilities for a series of specific trades. Now, we have the gap, we could look at the gap fill. Where the hell is that? The gap fill. This would be looking at the gap fill, which we have not done today. And I haven't got this set up yet. I had set the rest of the stuff up early on, but I didn't do this. There's the gap fill by weekday. So we go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, etc. Customize. What are the gap fill customs? Nothing. Okay. MES, yes. New York, no. Chicago cash, yes. So this is looking at the MES back 6 months for by weekday, and these are what the percentages of the gap fill, high gap fill down are based on, and look at the differences. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Changes around a lot. So, looking at the gap fill, almost 50-50. That's not a very warm and fuzzy statistic as far as I'm concerned. So I will move on to the initial balance trades because that's where this conversation started. And here we are, MES, 6 months. Let's get some more data. You have to be real careful that you get enough data to have statistically significant occurrences, right? If you have one or two data points, that's useless. Useless. So this is the standard report without any filtering. That's pressed right on to the daily and make sure that the custom stuff is, there's Tuesday. Make sure there's no other customizations in there. Nope. All right. On Tuesday, for the initial balance trade, there's a 66% probability that we'll have a single breakout, double breakout, no breakout. And if you want to see how those kind of fit together, this is by day. You can also do it without any days in there, and that's a different story. But if you add these two together, you notice that that's 90, almost 100%, 99%. If you look at IRT, which is somewhere around here, if you look at IRT in the statistics, here is the statistics for the initial balance. It is the most probable event to happen every day. And here we are, higher in range. Well, looky there. We identified in the pre-market the correct open type, and here we are. Now you'll notice that some of these are black and some of these are blue. Every level that has been revisited, they changed the text to blue. There's only been 2 revisited so far in the first 30 minutes. That's, well, now 3. We just revisited 3 or else I had missed it. Anyway, so there is a 97% probability today, higher in range, that we will take out the IB high or low at some point between now and 4 o'clock this afternoon, 1600. Well, between 0930 and 1600, because the initial balance range has not been set yet. To take both out, it's a 30.1%, pretty much as at here, pretty close. And this is not based on higher in range or lower in range. It's not based on the statistical open type. This is based on either open type, whether it takes a single break or a double break. And then the next thing we'll be looking for is the retrace, which, oh, hold on, that can't be right. Next thing we're looking for is the retrace, rejection, which is based on the level of the initial balance that formed first. And I want to make sure I've got all this off. I do. Okay. So right now, the low formed first. Right there's the low. it happened before here. Low formed first. There's another charting thing that works pretty slick, which is TradingView. There's a CPI. Now, these indicators, this IB indicator and these session ranges, are free when you have you have access to them when you have a subscription to Edgeful. There they are. And this I've got it set up now so that my strategy is trading and that I've coded up over the weekend. And here we have 24 points wide on the initial balance so far. And when the initial balance forms, this will flesh out, first form and all that. But it's pretty obvious that here is the low and here is the high. This happened after this, so the IB low has formed first so far. So we would be looking at this one. So there's a 80% probability that we'll break the IB high based on this. Only on this idea. And that's what I'm trying to lean on, these statistics to save myself a lot of time developing. And I believe it's very, very important to statistically vet setups and to take them, trade them, leaning on the law of large numbers. But if it takes you donkey's years to put the code together, that doesn't help much. All right, we're halfway around the IB clock. And what are we doing right now? We're trading right up and down within value over yesterday's slow volume. So they're basically, if you want to look at it from Jim Dalton's point of view, they are basically, hey, Anton, what's up? Yeah, I've had a bunch of crap happen too. I didn't see it come in, but glad to see you. I was actually going to, I was wondering if something happened, if something broke here, besides the market and, common sense. Yeah, a lot of crazy stuff here for me too, with TAM up and down and all around. And I hope all is going well with your son, which is the most important thing, of course. And your family in Ukraine, obviously, mom, dad, and everybody. So here we are, up and down and back and forth, and right inside the IB, just basically below the mid. The statistics are saying that we should be looking for an IB high first. I'm not sure what to think about that. The thing with trading statistically verified or vetted setups is you do that, I do that, away from the live market. And when there's a positive expectancy, the thinking is then every time that that trade presents itself in the live market, you take it. You execute the trade because you're leaning on the law of large numbers. So that's the idea. For those of you who don't know the idea, Anton certainly does. Pretty much given up. I last night was like the last, I think, of the Globex things I'm going to stream because it's a wear and tear on me physically, and I think I've had one trade in the 5 or 6 weeks that I've done every night. I got rid of the Globex part and then moved over this week to just the Asia session. But the problem with that is more often than not, the movements don't happen until 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 in the morning. Well, I'm not going to be standing here doing that, so it doesn't make any sense that I would trade that. I was really hopeful that there would be a less tweet infested market, but not really. I don't see it. So we're approaching something, aren't we? We're just around the corner. Okay, so we don't have any stats on the market yet, or in the books yet. Let's get back to over here. At the moment, the IB low is still formed first, so we're looking for 80% probability to first break the high with no additional filtering. Looking at our old boy. I have come up with a couple of things that were pretty interesting. I've come up with a couple of 3 trading systems on that I've coded up with PineScript and TradingView. And here's an example of there was a short and there's the cover, and here's there's the back test and the POC and all of that noise. Pretty interesting to do. I don't know that it's anything I would be able to really lean on, but keeps me out of trouble, keeps me thinking. And who knows? But I've come up with a couple of 3 of them, and this one is kind of interesting because it's amazing what you can do with this stuff nowadays. This one trades an IB break, IB retracement, and developing volume POC pullback, or the IB rejection. It's kind of amazing what all you can do here with, and I'm certainly no code wizard, as you well know. So I have a couple of them. I've got this one, and I have one that trades at night. The one that I have another one that trades only the Asia session that I started with first. So that's kind of interesting. Got to have some tweaks here. These extended lines I don't like, but anyway. Right now the continuation candle is down, and the way this indicator is one of the edgeful ones. The way it works is it just starts. There's the first print of the IB of the session, and right now there's the last print. Well, it's down, right? It's pretty obvious. So the bias would be generally short. This is the PMI craziness, the big Trump dump from. There's the big Trump dump yesterday. He's gonna, after declaring the idea that Iran and Doha would, or whoever the hell they are, Oman, would charge any kind of fees for passage in the Straits of Hormuz. Yesterday, he's stated that America is going to take over the Straits of Hormuz, and we're going to charge 20% on all cargo transiting the Strait of Hormuz. Oil, fertilizer, any kind of petroleum products, including helium for chips, affecting the entire world. Pretty amazing stuff. Now, whether any of that will come to pass or not, I have no idea. But boy, that's pretty incredible. So here we are again. Typically, as indicated right here, when the low is formed first, the general thinking is that the IB high will be the first one taken out. Okay? And I'm using TradingView a lot because it is so much easier and more responsive than IRT. And Bookmap is, a different animal altogether. So here we are. And what that says then is that there's a closing zone statistic, which will only apply at the end of once the IB sets, but it can have a big impact on the probabilities. So this is definitely developing. And we're 24 handles wide, meaning that's real important because, where am I? 24 handles wide means that each one of these zones are 6 points. So if I'm looking at a retrace to the 50, that's 12 handles. Points, not ticks, points. So that from a risk management point of view, that I need to really take into consideration how that works. What would be ideal now is for them to come down and push the low a little further to the settlement, for example, which would immediately switch the data. Instead of the low being first formed, it would be the high, meaning that the low would be the most likely suspect, meaning that that would be a lot more intuitive to me in alignment with the session, that we would be looking for shorts instead of longs. If that makes any freaking sense. Now, just looking at this session so far, it's just a chop fast, right? It's balanced. There it is. It's 24 handles, but it's balanced, and it's just pretty. A little bit. It's got a little bit of kurtosis to the down to the low side down here, but there we go. Just thinking out loud. Every time you think there's crazy, some sort of limit on it or brackets around it, my mouth falls further open. I don't know whether you've just, while we're watching the market here, I don't know whether you've ever heard Trump go on and on and on about how he loves Merkel and Germany because his father was born there and his mother was maybe Welsh or something. I don't remember where she's supposedly from. But he goes on and on about how his parents are from there, his father's from there, and he feels a special kinship to Germany and all this kind of stuff. A lot of different speeches and a lot of different, at various venues, he's talked about that. There we go. We just pushed the low down now. So now the data flips on its head. Well, here are two things that is pretty amazing. Number one, means that he is a birthright citizenship person, because in those days people didn't need to have visas. They came here, but when did they become citizens? First, that's first. Second of all, and most importantly, per birth certificate, Fred Trump, drumroll, was born in New York City in 1905. And he just waxes on eloquently about how his father was born in Germany and how his close kinship with the German people and all this kind of shit. Completely delusional. I mean, I don't know what to believe how, anymore. It's just the craziest thing. I couldn't believe that yesterday when I saw the news about that. Just startling. And not just one, slip up. My dad was born on, and many, many, many different speeches. A lot of them taking a lot of time describing how he was born there in a beautiful part of Germany and how the kinship I feel with Merkel and all this stuff. Amazing. I don't know. Amazing. Fred Trump. Birth certificate, 1905, New York City. Now, maybe his grandfather was born in Germany. But to say his father was born there and his mother was born somewhere else, it's like, doesn't he know who they are or what? It's just I don't know what to say. Now we've pushed the low down. We pushed the low down here, which means now that the IB high was formed first, so that's a good thing. We've now taken out the rest, some more of these statistics. There's the previous POC. Here's the overnight low. We've still got the close, the gap to close right down here. And this goes right there. There we go. The gap to close there. And let's get back to the stats now, because they've now changed dramatically. So now the high was formed first, so there's a 77% probability we're going to close the low. And at the bottom of the hour, we can start looking for the ending zone and the width of the IB size. And then, depending on that, the retrace. Let me get that report set up in case I didn't do something right. Nope. Okay, good. That's great. Yeah, and maybe I'm hallucinating. I hope it's me and not the leader of the free world. Jesus. Well, this looks like a bar trade setting up there, huh? Breakout and retest. This is not a structured trade that I have, but hopefully I will be able to get this figured out and get some of these things done before I'm broke. Or out of business, let's say. Let's see what TradingView is doing. It's so much easier to look at. Well, there we are. We pushed them down. Now we're here. We've retraced back here. That's not any kind of a data signal for trading. And I definitely don't recommend or have no intentions of front running in the Globex or any of the ETH stuff. But you could make a case for front running here if you want to. Now, what do you got? You got 10 minutes left. So far, the high was formed first, the low was formed second. There's a high probability, 77% probability you're going to take this IB low. Each one of these is 6. So if you're sitting right here, you got 12 points to this low down here. If you want to lean on 77% and go short, okay, but be sure you look at what happened right here. You know, that's smack dab into the middle of all this consolidation, i.e. support, that we had just going into this number, however accurate that may or may not be. So I don't know. So I'm not going to do the front run part, but I can understand very definitely how that could be you know, a monkey boy could convince me to do that. Uh-huh. And smack dab on this, whatever that is. Well, that was the IB low from yesterday. I gotta change the code to get these to stop zooming across like that. That's part of the trade system of that system, that algorithm, not the sessions or the IB itself. These lines are being drawn by that algorithm, that trading algorithm. This thing right here. Nice to see it beats buy and hold, I guess. Now, if I was a static boy, I'd be going, well, there's a breakout and a retest right there. Huh? But again, that's now you got 18 handles across here. So I'm going to let it cook, let it simmer until 9:30, and when the initial balance will be set. If it sets here, let's just hypothetically that it sets here, the ending zone probability or percentage is important, and the way it is calculated or assigned to the zones is opposite the first form. That's why that's a pretty important thing. So opposite the first form, which in this case is the high, would be 0 to 24 or 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100%. And that's, the zone is determined by the closing price of the last bar, which closes within the IB. So we've got, time to go. That's not a thing yet. But hypothetically, if this was the closing price of the IB, then that would be 50 to 75% because the IB high was put in first. That's a big. And then also we have the range, which is now 31.75. So we got 31 3/4 points on the IB. So that's 8 handles on these, each one of the zones. That's a lot. So this is the closing zone, and this is the IB size, which is derived from somewhere over here, right there. So the IB size is 0.42% right now, and that's of the ATR, I'm assuming. VPOC migration south. It would be great to throw a short on here in anticipation and have it just go ripping out the bottom. That would be just great. But with these 8 points wide here, that's stops way down in here, and I have not perfected the hedge system with unwinding that thing that has not cost me way more money than I should be risking. I mean, as far as my plan goes, I still need to work on it. And that's another reason I'm thinking about or very receptive to ending the Globex streams, because that was my time for homework, right? And I can't do both because I've only got one machine here. Well, I've got 3 machines, but I've only got one that's doing this trading stuff. Or 2. I think I think it would be safe to go ahead and put in the 0.42. Let's look at this. So there's 80 and 77 because highs now first. Let's look at what the range does. Well, I brought it down a little bit. Do I have that right? That I have right for sure. This one here is all day, so that the ending zone hasn't been put in there yet. Okay. All right. So now, what's going on? Where are we? Who's on third? Now the last candle. So this will be the last candle. When it closes, that's the ending zone. Right now, it's 50 to 75%. Because it's the last candle to close, the last closing price in the IB. The next candle will open in the IB, but it'll close out after it's been set, so that doesn't qualify. I guess if I had my bars on a minute, it would be balanced, but I don't, so what are you gonna do? It's real obvious here when it sets, if you're not looking at a clock, because this flushes out immediately. My dad was born in Germany. And we're still just hovering around. Look at it now. Just bear in mind, what is this now? This is retail soup. It's a wide range. So if you've got mean reversion stuff going on and you're, trading it right, good for you and making a lot of money. I'm waiting for the initial balance trades to set up because that's what I've got so far. And about 30 seconds here or 20 seconds or something, we're going to have the IB set. It's going to be, the high was formed first. We're going to be in the 50 to 75 zone unless it hurries up and jumps out of there somehow. There we go. I was formed first. Nobody's broken out with 42%. We're in the 50 to 75 zone. So if I jump back over here quickly and do this, 50 to 75, which is there. Now we got a big deal. Now we got no breakouts. The low formed. High formed first, it's 50-50. Looking back 2 years on however many gazillion, however much data that is. Big impact of those probabilities. And now with that 50 to 75, looking back 3 years, the high was taken first the majority of the time. So this is even more reason, in my opinion, to... Did I do something wrong, first of all? Or, nope, that's correct. That's correct. It's Tuesday. Okay, now it's even more important, in my opinion, to let the initial balance high for the statistic be taken and then look at the retrace, as opposed to the front running that we were talking about earlier. I hope I'm getting all of this on here. So if you're trying to front run that short, you kind of got a disappointed look on your face. We're up here at the 25% now, which remember is 8 points because it's 31 handles wide. I probably need to do something. Oh, they're going to take the high. They're going to take the IB high. Or not. The thing that is so uncertain to me about these situations is that what is driving the market to do this, A, and B, is somebody going to come out of the woodwork with a tweet in a second, you know, and no matter what you've done right, it doesn't help. There we go. No sooner did I speak than look at that. There's the tweet. We're heading up here to 76.10, and son of a gun. Huh? Was that not a tweet on time? Was that not good timing or what? Obviously, that's what that was. Or some, you know, news-driven bullshit. Wow. Yeah, well, there you are. So the IB high was taken with something. I will now start looking for the news to figure out what the hell caused that, I guess. 27-second delay on YouTube, or whatever that thing is, IRT. Then of a gun. Now I don't know. So the high was taken and the stats been done, and the trade, the system took a breakout and retest here. My little algo guy right there. I'm sure he's going to probably get salt pounded in his butt by now, but you never know. And that's the problem. That movement was completely artificial as far as I'm concerned. So do I put any stock in the IB continuation down here? I don't know. I don't know what to think. So what I'm going to think is I'm going to wait for the retest and get back to the statistics. which is now this one. God, that just puts me, I want to go to bed, you know, it's just irritating. So here is the initial balance breakout was taken. There's a 60% probability we're going to retrace to the 25%. 23% probability we will retrace to the 50. And we are. Oh, we don't have the IB any size over here. Hold on. Let's change that to the correct one. Okay, now we're going. Oh, we got the right day and everybody's happy now, or what? Let's see. Tuesday, yep. 45% we're going to retrace to the 25. And 18% we get to the 50. 4% we go back down to the 75 on the other side of the coin. What that says is, now that we've broken out, now that we're doing this, there's a 45% probability we're going to retrace to here. And then there is a 18% we're going to make it back to the 50. Two ways to look at that I'm starting to notice a lot, and that is trading this as an IB failure, mean reversion, 45% you're going to get down here, as opposed to trading, waiting for the retrace and trading the breakout. 45% it's going to get to here means that's about 65% is not gonna. Leaves me hanging. And I'll get busy looking for the news now, what that crap was all about. So Warsh is testifying. What is that something? When was that? 34. Well, all that is down there is two things. Fed share right now, task forces are in discovery mode for the Fed. That's Warsh. And Trump touts a U.S.-Japan trade and investment deal on Truth Social. Neither one of those looks like it would have had that precipitant. But what the hell do I know? And this is, this IB pullback and carrying on up here is probably going to be the trade. I don't know. I'm so sick of this shit. Yeah, I get the same way he gets away with saying his father is born in Germany, and going on about it. It's just everything. Pick one, pick a direction, and something crazy. Wherever you look, something's crazy. I don't know what to say. Dell computers. Take your pick. Just anywhere you look, anything that's relatively verifiable news. Just your mouth hanging open. Mine, anyway. Pretty crazy. And it looks like the IB continuation is working out. Which I guess I didn't interpret right. Son of a bitch, this is getting so old. And all I need is one small little trade a day to just, keep everything ticking over here and the stress off and the cortisol out in the backyard and all that. Can't seem to do it. Really weird. Very weird. Just look at this shit. Look at that. What is it? Yeah, well, there we are back to the 7600s again, huh? 7605. Straight out of 83, so 30 handles or so. Bike. Yeah. Pretty weird. I'll stand by my setup, and if it pulls back to the 25, which would be kind of, depending on the time of day, but would be kind of logical, because there's the POC that's migrated. Where's Anthony, and the mid, and the VWAP, you know, so if it pulls back in here, that would be a long. Probably stupid, but I gotta do something. Well, we got a VPOC migration. While I'm getting my T filled, it pulls back to the 25. VPOC migration, and I don't take it. I'm not here. Isn't that amazing? Jesus Christ. I mean, I walked out there to heat up a tea, and then here I go. I don't want to chase it. Son of a gun. I don't know how many hours I need to stand here continuously. And they're trading up here, and suddenly in the length of time it took me to fill up a tea glass, this happens. Wow. Oh, man. Wow, that is really disappointing. I mean, it may come back and it may be a turnout to Having said that's what I was waiting for. Oh, they closed it. No, that's just a gap. That's not the gap. Now I'm kind of spooked to get long because I'm thinking somebody's got the idea we're going short. Once we get under the POCs and the mid and stuff, I get a little spooked about that. Let's see what the hell happens here. There's this. I don't know why that did that. I thought I had that all shut off. Oh, man. There we go. Okay.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Well, now what? Didn't quite get to my my scale, of course. And I don't know why IRT is doing this. I had that all turned off. Flagging all the order stuff over here, and it's not supposed to still be doing that. Oh well. So this is not, there's the buy there, but here's the actual now. Did this thing do something over here? Oh yeah, this thing's long also. As am I. Not a very high probability trade in my opinion. But we never know. I'm tempted to move the stop below the previous POC and these lows down here. But that's an additional 4 ticks or 4 points or something. I don't know that that's such a good idea. This is where I should have been doing the hedge. Get out of the habit of looking at these night trades. Come on, Donnie John. You're going to give everybody $1 million. Come on. Tell the world. Maybe not. What is this all about? Why is that doing that? Boy, they keep getting right up there to it, but that developing value area high is right where that damn target is. T1. And that's not a good thing. What are they waiting for? All right, T1, there we go. Well, okay, now what I need to do is figure out how the frick to move this thing. Break even. Maybe back to the IB high again, which is one of the targets for trade, what do you call it, vengeful. I'm going up here. Okay, now we can't do a lot worse than we are. The edgeful target is here, actually. Man, I don't know what's going on with IRT, but this is, hey baby, annoying. What, baby? Baby, what? They're not getting over that IB. And that's supposedly a function of the higher time frame. So they say. Come on, get up there and show everybody who's the boss. That a girl. Come on, Trump. Put the squeeze on him. I'm going to take this up to the IB now. I can tell you that much right now.
Order submitted.
There we go. And that's the target. It could continue on, but at least I took it to the typical target for hedge fund. Now it's going to go up, of course. What am I doing here? Okay. Now what is going on with this goddamn there? Well, I don't feel too bad about that. Notice that this was a live trade. Will never be changed. It will always look exactly like this. At the end of the day, I will post this, which has the entire trade and the outcome, etc. right here. So that's how it works. And you notice it's pretty obvious how how Bookmap plots everything. I'll make a copy of this right now, actually. Remember, this is not, I'm not trying to brag or do anything stupid. This is my trading journal, so I want to make sure that I have all this stuff. And here we're going to go now. We're taking off. I would suppose I'll be regretful of this stop, but it is what it is, and that's what I did. No spilt milk problems over here. I'm hungry problem over here, but other than that. Okay, well, that's one down. And who knows what to do? Who knows what to go? All right. I've got to figure out how to do this. Oh. And another news pop. Well, look at there. So what are they gonna time them every 30 minutes or what? Son of a bitch. And it's gonna zoom right up to my second target too. There's the world. Boy, I tell you. Oh, we're going to 60.10. We're going to 76.10, obviously, up here to the previous high. What in the Christ? Wow. Wow. How do you trade that? I mean, how do you trade in an environment where this crap is happening? That's 83 to the top. That's, 20 handles, 17 handles in one spike. Is it the Warsh is still babbling or what? Oh, Trump is all over the news, so be careful. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so his big, I'm going to charge 20% on all cargo coming through the thing for fees. He's going to now he's going to change, he has now changed that to demand that all, let me read it. I have decided to replace the 20% United States reimbursement fee with a trade and investment deal that various Gulf states will be making with the United States. Okay. Well, there you go. Good for him. So, out of no place comes, my dad was born in Germany and we're gonna make millions. I mean, what the hell do you do? I know I'm pretty glad I did my little trade there, and I guess I feel okay about that. You know, two violent news spikes about every 30 minutes apart based on some tweet. Oil is flowing like never before. What is it? Jesus Christ. That's not the truth. I don't know. Well, it's a good thing that Einstein, somebody must have said, I don't think, charging 20% tariff on all the stuff that comes through the Straits of Hormuz is A, legal, B, a good idea. So now all the Gulf states are going to invest in the United States. What are they going to invest? What is Oman going to do? They going to build the Trump library? Does that mean invest? I don't know. I do not know. And they're about up here to my target. One of these days, I'm just going to put trades on and leave the room so I don't, trail up and do all that kind of thing, because it's invariably they'll work or not. That's the logic behind that whole idea. They're going to get to 76.10 before this is over. Watch and see. That's my prediction. And I don't believe in predicting anything about the market, but, what are you going to do? Previous RTH high. And there's a stat up there at 58.1. Maybe London is the time to trade. When there's some volatility, some volume, and, certain people are asleep. Maybe, I don't know. That's kind of what I was thinking about Globex, is to get away from this. This volatility, social media, craziness. Yeah, I know. I don't either. But look at what happened to the market. Absolutely. Yeah, just like I was saying about his dad's born in Germany, and somebody's got the passport. Somebody else goes, but wait, here's his birth certificate. He was born in New York City in 1905. I mean, that's public record. But I agree with you. I don't pay attention either. But when it has such dramatic impact on the market, on our market that we're trading, out of no place. That's why I was trying to, I was serious a second ago. I'm thinking about maybe I'll stay up and trade London. change my schedule around because I am so sick of this crap. I'll have to watch it to see what kind of, volatility there is. But sometime I would like to be involved in a market again that has good volume, good volatility, and is not based on social media hallucinations or whatever you want to call them, Well, his theory was that that America, the U.S., was going to quote unquote open the Strait of Hormuz and then charge 20% for every bit of cargo that passed through there. In other words, a protection racket. You come into the neighborhood, you knock over a few stores, you make a couple of robberies, and then next week you come in and you say, well, we're going to protect you, so you pay us this money. And my first reaction was, Jesus Christ, marking up everything that comes out of the Straits of Hormuz, marking it up 20%. What is that going to do to the global economy? Never mind American. Well, apparently somebody else thought something similar to that. And now it's going to be that they're going to invest in America. Does that mean that America is still going to ensure that the Straits of Hormuz are... And we had never ensured it was open or got anybody through there in the first place. And, yeah, as you point out, 6 months ago or whatever it was now, there was no problem in the Strait of Hormuz. Jesus Christ. Maybe Bitcoin is a thing to do. I don't know. Maybe trade crypto or something. I don't know. You ever trade crypto? Yeah, exactly. It was free. There was no problem. There was no oil shortage. There was no fertilizer shortage. There was no helium shortage. There was no problem with transiting the Straits of Hormuz. Of course not. He and Nutcase went over there and decided they were going to start a war for whatever goddamn reason they were up to. I mean, whatever they thought they were going to get out of it, or whatever, what's his name, Netanyahu convinced Trump they would get out of it, obviously has not happened. But yeah, exactly. It's just weird. It's surreal is what it is to me. I've never traded it either. I've never had anything to do with it. I think it's terrible and all those kind of things and, a blight on society. But Jesus, I don't know. I don't know what to do to get away from this crap. I can't wait 2 years. I don't know what to do, man. Really. That's exactly the motivation behind when I started the Globex stuff. I thought, okay, I realize it's not going to be as volatile and there won't be as much volume, but maybe I can get away from this crap. And yeah, this crap right here. There we are to my targets, by the way. Had I not taken the stop or moved the stop and just left it alone, there was T1 and then this would have been T2. We're not there yet, but but it's all based on this trumped up stuff, no pun intended. Man. I really don't know. Or the DAX, man. London, at least there's the DAX or the FTSE. Maybe maybe the Nikkei. I don't know whether I can even trade that or not, to be honest with you. Or I don't know what the margin is or the requirements or any of that stuff. Something. go to Jakarta and trade at the Bursa effect. Yeah, it was definitely free before he got there, and you'll be amazed at the number of people that have completely forgotten that. Some guy a guy over in Static, I posted that thing yesterday where he had announced that he was going to charge the 20% deal and all of that because I thought it was important, right? And I posted this in there in Static. I said, wow, this is pretty incredible. I think it's going to have quite an impact on inflation and price of stuff. And somebody answered back, yeah, well, I guess that'll teach those guys. I guess maybe they're rethinking the assassination attempts then. I thought, well, first of all, was there any assassination attempt? The only people that said that so that Trump changed planes were the Israelis. Seems to me like they've got a lot to gain. Was it confirmed? Anything like that? But this guy, is all well. But this is what we need to do. And then his next comment was, but we're gonna get we'll be able to profit. We're gonna make big profit off those fees charges. And I didn't say anything. I felt like saying, and do you suppose that's gonna go in your pocket or someone else's? So, there's a lot of non-stupid people around us every day that are believing this hook, line, and frickin' sinker. I guess. Okay, come back down there so I don't feel so bad about being a wuss. There we go. Thank you. I'm going to go in search of food. I'm pissed. Yeah, it's amazing how people interpret the glass half full, the glass half empty, I guess. And I'm not certainly saying that anybody needs to think the way I do. But not even remotely. But it is strange to me sometimes when people yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Trading, though, is really, I am disappointed about trading, and I don't know what to do, actually. I want to figure out that rearview mirror strategy. I knew that it was going to go up from down here. It took that long. Got out right here. Yeah. Trend line, something, you know. Got to be something. I didn't interpolate this very well. Should have been down here more in the middle, except I'm not sure. This is just kind of a rehash here. So the IB high was broken out first, meaning there's a 45% probability we've retraced to the 25 and only 18% we get back to the 50. So what I did was took it right here below the 25, looking at a level thinking that might have some bearing on the case, which is the VWAP. And a pretty non-standard place for me to enter a trade logically previously, because basically, you know, no meat on the bone before all these obstacles and the mid and the POC and all that stuff. As it turns out, I got back to the, I got T1 and then back to the IB high, which is essentially the trigger. Basically was edgeful to start with, unless you can let a runner go, which almost got up to my second target over here, which would have been 90 ticks. So I'm, you know, I'm not upset with this trade at all. My management might have been better, I guess. Except that, well, first thing I did at T1 was trail the break even. And then when we took out the IB high, I trailed to T1. And I'm not real sorry about that. And then I trailed up here once we did it again, simply because I was spooked. And this would have taken out the T1. So I increased that, you know, a handful of handles there, 4 more points, better than a poke. And who knows this crap is going to happen. I don't know how to deal with it, to be honest about it. I don't know. Still haven't closed the gap. What's going on over here? Oh my God, what is all of this? I thought did I restart this? God damn, look at this. Look at how it's all balled up now. All this charting from behind, from the other tab is back here behind this thing. And man, that is really annoying. Really annoying. Now here is the trade, basically the same as I took, only it went in right at the 25. I took it about here. And it also, oh, it's still in the trade. Look at this thing. Is it? No. Yeah, sure as hell. It took T1 here, and it's still holding. So we'll see how it turns out. This is so annoying. It just puts one tab over the other one. And why this is all renewed again, I don't know. God almighty. Yeah, the discretionary trading is... Garrett was pinged me in Discord about what was going on and how was my trading going. He's got his construction project on Vancouver Island finished and was thinking about getting back at it, and wondered how, you know, I was he knows I'm trying to, you know, trying to do this systematically, and he was wondering about the discretion, and it is not depressing, but it's a little bit don't know the right word. When you go to Static and everybody's making money hand over fist, you know, getting on here and stop coming down to 2 ticks and not taking them out and then going on to their targets, just like right here, right now. And the trade that's in IRT, it has not come down even remotely to the stop yet. Man, it's still trading up. So that's letting your winners run, which I did not do here. So we'll see. Yeah, it's that's one of the reasons that I also pointed out to Garrett that I'm trying to hold the ground. Look at this shit. Double charting. Same exact crap. Wow. What I was trying to tell to Garrett, you know, it's hard to, when you're trying to be methodical and statistically driven, and then others aren't, it makes it hard for me. That's why that's why I'm not real active anywhere else anymore. This sucks. With a capital X. Look at this shit. Okay. The whole set of tabs or charts are doubled up on top of each other 2 or 3 times. Man, really sucks. No wonder the goddamn thing's lagging. There's shit. Look at their double up. Doubled all the way around. And the in quote pages also. Okay, that's just marvelous. I'm going to bed. Jesus Christ. I'm going to bed. This is probably going to go right up here to the target, I'm guessing. And good for it. Let's see what other tabs I can screw up here. Well, this one doesn't seem to be too broken at the moment. No trade taken here, which would be, I don't think I've actually even got the trades pushed over here. No, there's no system pushed here, so that's okay. Every time it does this and comes back with all these naked volume points of control active again, I know that it is screwed up. I know that it is screwed up. And these trading listings, I don't know what the hell is going on with that, but that's not supposed to be happening. Okay, so that's okay. Not funny. Not funny. I'm not having any FOMO whatsoever or about missing this run up over here, because I think it's all based on, I'm just thanking my lucky stars I managed the trade the way I did and got out of it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm kind of the same way in that unless somebody's trading live, you know, right here, there you go. There's no question that what I did right there, every move of it, live and in the market. So there can be no question. And I appreciate that. And some of these people that I've noticed on YouTube, somebody say, you know, live trading, watch, blah, blah, blah. It's really not. It says, well, I took this live last Thursday. Well, no, you didn't. Now you're doing it on TradingView and you're doing it with pictures or something else. That also irritates me a lot. It's pretty weird, isn't it, that there's not just, can't believe I'm the only person that had the idea to trade live and not be a BS artist. I don't know. Maybe not. Oh, what am I doing? I'm trying to make this not broke. Okay, let's go with this. Let's see what we got open here anywhere. Probably not. I hope not. Oh yeah, we got this thing down here that's not supposed to be there. Okay. Man. Well, I guess that's all fixed now. Oh. Oh no. Oh no, no. I guess when I think I told you that somehow or another somebody from the stream had said something to Tom about the fact that when I did the TLab snap, I would question the fact that I've never seen trade Tom. So what I'm Tom trade. So how could I really ever say anything about it? And he pinged me and DM'd me in Discord with some pictures of his documents from when he was a professional trader in 1981 or something like that, which I never really questioned was a professional trader or not. But anyway, I mentioned something about, has no possible way with his accounts that he could trade live or anything like that. So I guess it's probably once you get a real big account, you get worried about somebody saying, oh, well, I tried to follow him and I lost money. You know what I mean? Somebody targeting you, I guess. I don't know. And I just said, okay, thanks, whatever. But he did reach out, which was interesting. That's the only time I've ever had any private direct message from Tom ever that I can remember. So it meant enough to him was concerning to him, I guess. I mean, I didn't think I was ever saying anything derogatory, but just the facts. And like I say now, it's not a trade calling room or a live trade room, and it isn't. So that's that. Well, back to the view op. Didn't quite get to the target up there, but anyway. I'm so disappointed in this piece of shit. I don't even know whether to flip or fly. That's for sure. Well, just like this over here, where these are this lucid thing, because I'm trying to keep my risk to a multi-minimum and still be able to trade size and get paid. So essentially, it is a sim account, different than my AMP account. But the thing about this that I was surprised about, I've had goofy fills, so they seems to be the technology has gotten to be. Maybe just to do with rhythmic, I don't know, absolutely accurate, because when I was doing the hedge thing, I think I might have mentioned this to you once before, when I was trying to practice the hedge in the live market, instead of getting the second 5 ad, I only got 2. So I was only in 7, and then when I put on the hedge, obviously it was overbalanced. So that was pretty surprising to me. I had never really noticed that before. And I try to be real transparent about the fact that this is that edge or that lucid thing, because it is the cheapest risk to reward or initial, investment, and absolutely capped risk, but still reward is open, and upside reward is open, and can trade size, can trade a normal size. Otherwise, how do you trade a live? How do you downsize or de-risk from a live trading from my AMP account? How do you de-risk from 2 micros? I mean, you can't do that. And until this thing is running smooth, it doesn't make any sense to me at all to be trading my money and losing it. Doesn't make any sense. And if this isn't, it's like the age old study. If you can't make money doing this, why do you expect that putting your money on the line with all that additional risk and emotion is going to help? I don't think it does. But here we are, back down to, oh boy, am I glad I took my profit. And would I enter another trade today? No. This doesn't look like anything I would be interested in. And I'm sure this guy must have stopped out by now. Let's look and see. Yep. Okay, we stopped out right there. So we took T1, trailed, and now this is where my trailing profit taking, or wussing out, paid off. Because what happened here was it took T1 and then didn't make it to T2, and it comes back to the stop. So there you are. Yeah, I thought that was yeah, that's a real trade. Yeah, of course. I don't ever. These are live in the market with Bookmap for sure. On Bookmap for rhythmic data. But it's on the Lucid account, not my AMP account. Lucid. And copied to 5 others. If that, maybe that's, in your opinion, maybe that's not real trade. I don't know, but it's money, and but it is a Lucid account, not my AMP account. Until this is over the hump, I'm not gonna do that. I can't afford to. I'm too close to being out of business now, emotionally and every other way. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Something's got to happen there. Ridiculous. And then somebody's, you know, I want to get in the same job like Magic, you know. He uses a 30-second box. Price goes above long, price goes below short. Gets paid and has a runner virtually every day. Supposedly. So, you know, I mean, now I don't see his stuff other than he comes in here and says hi. And so in the evenings, he usually come in when I was doing the Globex, he'd drop in and say, hi, yo, how's it going or whatever. And recommended that he had looked at the Globex stuff and didn't think it was worth it either. But, you know, that's all I need. Something stupid, simple. One little trade. Now, one of the things that I'm hearing a lot of people talk about, and this might make sense mathematically, I need to figure it out. Risk, right? I mean, load up. Instead of 2 contracts and need 90 ticks, well, take 5 or 10, and that's the same as a mini, and, you know, take 9 ticks. Know what I mean? That makes any sense. Could be that I'm babbling. It's cold, it's rainy, it's dark. I'm hungry. Blood sugar. I'm thinking of all the stuff I might be having go wrong here. Finally broke loose. It's been raining for, I don't know, 24, 30 hours or something here. Great for the ground. Nah, I guess not that long, but at least probably coming up on 24 hours though. Just a steady warm rain, so it's really good for the land. And not terrible on, you know, any animals or somebody that's stuck out in it. Well, I am trying to. That's one of the things. I don't know if I showed you this back test crap I've done in TradingView, my new best friend over there. But I have, for example, this is a trade in TradingView that took a stop, didn't it? Or is it still long? Still long. And what I have been able to do the last couple of weekends is code up some strategies or some. This is one of them. That's there's the balance and there's the buy and hold and there's the stats about it and all that stuff. The theory being that this is the way I can backtest something like that. And once I get fairly good at it, for example, this particular one right here, I can try to figure out what I'm doing. That'd be the first thing. I was able to code it up to where it's got, you know, I can make the IB as little as I want. It can work IB retracement, developing VPOC pullback, IB breakout, and IB rejection. And because I kind of combined a couple of 3, and this is the trading session, and then I can put the initial balance window in here. So if I wanted to make it, I don't know if it's going to do very well with 30 seconds, but you know, 1 minute or 5 minutes or something, and change those different. So what I'm trying to do is be able to code up and backtest these strategies with some sort of expeditious efficiency rather than the time it takes me to battle my way through something with IRT. You know, it's just that simple. And then if it comes to a point where I go to the next level with Edgeful, that's got that real fancy optimizer thing that I showed you guys that one time, if you remember, which is now not, you know, being shared with me. You got to pay to get up to that level. You need, what you do for your own, if you want to optimize your own strategy, is you need to code it up in PineScript, and then you import that PineScript into Edgeful, and it does that entire magic. Markov or those realizations. So that's what I've done, you know, and it's where I am kind of with it. I've got 2 or 3 here. Well, I've got 2. One is that one works in the Asia session. I was trying it out, and this thing here is the day session. Here's the IB breakout, and there was the long, and it's still in it. If I don't, kind of amazed. I don't even remember the parameters, but it still is. The thing that's amazing is that the way the code goes together. I don't know if you're interested in this at all, but this is the code. Most of that code block was done using the help thing, and then me telling it what I wanted to do. For example, the inputs and all that kind of shit. It's pretty amazing. That's for sure. But yeah, that's my whole intention, is to figure out a more expeditious, but yet accurate. You know, I don't want to sacrifice the accuracy and all the data that I get out of the back testing with IRT, but I got to have a better way to do it. I mean, I'm going to war with one bullet, you know, this IB thing. So I've got to do, I got to come up with something better. And something that I'm only in a quick one for. You know, I'm not trying to buy a wrap Ferrari and that shit. I just need to supplement things and keep the family floating. Obviously, I would like to make as much money as possible. Who the hell wouldn't? But you know what I mean? I think I have reasonable goals and reasonable expectation. I hope. I'm running out of time. Yeah. That's for sure. I'm actually kind of puzzled about this. I don't know what the hell. I wonder if the, let me see if this works. I don't even know. Let me see if whoops, I don't need that. Let me see if I change that to, I don't see. Okay, there's the IB breakout. Let's see if the IB retracement works. Watch this over here. Yeah, look at there. Split frickin' second. There's the IB 25 long, and I still don't see a stop, but that's probably because the way the stop or target, but that's the way it's been set up by me over here with these points. 100% of the IB range. Well, come on, dreamer. This is the IB range is 32 ticks, 32 points. So these targets at 100% and a stop loss of 100%, that's the stop loss way down here. So that, but all that can be set. But you see how quickly it adapted to that IB retracement instead of the IB breakout. Let's see rejection or failure, what that does. Oh, there you go. It sold the failure. Now, again, the stops and targets are based on this stupidness over here that I had never reset. And I don't know what the developing VPOC is going to do. Well, there you go. There's the developing VPOC. There's the entry level. I don't see where it took it on VPOC migration. Well. I'm amazed when this kind of shit works. It's like, oh man, that is pretty amazing. I started out Sunday sometime wanting to try to see if I could get the developing VPOC to work out right, because that was something. Get back to the original breakout here. That's one of the things that I want to get on. And so this is all working and I'm pretty happy with it. And now if I want to take this to the next level as far as trading view goes, I don't even know how long the back test window is here. You can't zoom in and out. It goes from, I guess, May 25th to July 14th for some reason. But if you take it to the next level, then you can set the look back so many years and do all that kind of shit. Back test right here. Now it doesn't necessarily give you, well, it gives the profit factor and the profit, the win rate and the drawdown and all of that stuff. So I guess it gives a lot of the same data. Buy and hold, whatever. Largest profit, average winner, average loser. I don't see expectancy or anything in here, but maybe it's there somewhere. I don't know. It's a really amazing little tool, and it, for free or $12, it's just incredible. Pretty incredible. Isn't it, Lucky? What's up, buddy? You better get in there. That laundry is awful clean. I suppose you need to. Well, here we go. Hi ho, here we go. What did Numbnuts have to say? Something different now? We're going to charge all the Gulf states 20% and give Iran the money? I mean, do you realize that just 2 weeks ago, besides 7 months ago, there was no war. 2 weeks ago, we were giving them $300 billion reparations. And all sanctions were lifted. And, I mean, that was all part of the MOU. So I saw on the news. Now, if I can just figure out how to export data from TradingView over here to Bookmap to push these like these levels and stuff that I do, I could move away from IRT pretty conclusively. Or if I can figure out how to have IRT just work, you know, and not all this crazy horseshit that lags and all this stuff. That's, you know. That's that. Ready? I don't blame me. I like running to mom too. One thing that I would love, I mean, and it is strictly a rearview mirror, monkey boy emotion, but you know, I want to, one of these days, I want to just somehow, maybe replays, I guess, this kind of crap, and just throw on these asymmetrical trades for mean reversions. Boom. Now, of course, it's only rearview mirror. What's gonna happen next? Do you know that? I don't know that. So the only way that I can think of to validate it is if you have something like, you know, this where you swing down and don't come back up, and so you, but then that eliminates the asymmetrical trade, because it would have to be here. You'd have to be quick enough to catch it. Son of a bitch. Have to be quick enough to catch it here. So we go up, we push up, we don't get there, you throw on a short. Stop right above. Asymmetrical relationship. And whichever happens, happens. In this case, of course, it would be nice happen. A lot of the time it would not. I don't know how to frame that in terms of yeah, but you're exactly right. Simple, some easy, stupid thing like magic goes. And he was made so. And he said one night. I guess it was one night. I don't think you were around. He was talking about it. He says, "Well, I approach it pretty simple. If it's up above my box, I'm long. If it's below my box, I'm short." And I said, "Well, it's none of my business, you know. But how do you determine your box?" And he laughed and he said, no problem at all. It's 30 seconds. Now, I've never seen him trade. I've never seen any of that, but why would he? I always approach things like that as I believe, you know, why would he lie about it? I'm sure he wouldn't. Strikes me as a good guy. And so that's the next thing I need to test out. And here we are right back at the beginning again, right back at my original stop. Ooh, baby. Developing value area low. How low can you go? We didn't get to the 7610 yet, which is pretty phenomenal to me. I thought without a freaking doubt we we're going to get to that previous RTH high up here and the 10 level, and this is moved up 1 ticks. There we go. And the ETH high and all that stuff, didn't touch any of them yet. Pretty amazing. But I think it's because this is all just, you know, social media crap. I think. So there we are. All right. Well, if we had to do some other stuff that you hear about on the internet and YouTube, this is a reversal. We've come across the inside high here. So that's a change of state. There's something this guy called it. I think I need something to eat. I'm hungry. Hmm. Okay. Better have some seaweed here. Well, ooh, we have a bar building here, baby. Well, I still haven't figured that one out either. I finally got, oh no, I didn't get it yet. Sorry, never mind. Never mind. Amazing how those century figure liquidities are targeted, isn't it? 7,600. I'm surprised they didn't zoom up there to 10 yet. Maybe they're waiting for Trump to finish his hamburger and tweet something else. I'm sure that. Well, if you look at the day, really, pretty wide swings, but it's basically a chop fest. So, I guess I'm pretty lucky to have taken this out of the middle of it. Based exactly on the edgeful, on the data thing now. The IB retracement. I could have done better on the entry. Seaweed is good. Okay. Have a good one. I'm going to probably be doing that pretty quick myself. Well, they're flashing the 90s, so they're going to try to take it back up. Keep your eye right over there. Well, we're drilling in on a chop fest here. Back to the IB. Oh, back and forth across value. It's pretty funny. Developing to developing. The difference between value area high and developing value area high or low are value area high and lower from the previous settlement, I think. No, mid. From the previous auction, and developing are from the current one. Now, How did that go? Pretty weird. That's pretty weird. Well, when I left, they were flopping around the initial balance high, and here they still are. So, okay. All right. So here we go again. What is going on? One trade a day so far. Right there. 66, 62 ticks. Based exactly on the data and planned well in advance. So you want to get back to around an hour in or so, you can hour and 15 in, you can hear it no problem. Pretty clearly narrated, I think, I hope. That's the difference here. This is all trading is live and real time. Not anything is replayed or playback or, oh, I took it right here because I saw this there, and any of that stuff, right? There's the trade played out for all the world to see. And the data about that is right there. Everything about the trade. Entry and exits to the milliseconds. Everything you want to see right there. Or you may not, but that's what I want to see because I want to see a permanent record of my trading. This is my trade journal, my virtual trade journal. Well, there we are, the power hour. I will not be taking any trades today anymore that I know of. Too random. Too much random news out there. Okay. There's some data reporting here on in my Edgeful about what's wrong with my sorry about that. There's some Edgeful stuff here. There's a report about the IBs or see, look at that, stuck in my brain. The power hour. I don't think I ever made it. No. The power hour, which I haven't really figured out, haven't really looked at very closely. But we can do that right now. So there's a power hour breakout, power hour continuation. What would be the difference? I wonder. MES, 5 years. Chicago cash. Oh, I remembered all that. How nice. New high of day made. Not made. Low made. Not made. Total days. Oh, wow. That's kind of cute. What do we have here? New high of day made during power hour. Only 29%. New low made, only 20%. That's a pretty interesting statistic because if you take that into consideration with the 12 to 1 stat that they is talked about frequently in TLab, that makes quite a big difference because this is 2 to 3, right? 1400 to 1500 p.m. The 12 to 1 stat is from 1300 to 1400. That's only 1 hour. I wonder if you can. Yes, you can. So this could be the 12 to 1 stat. This could give information about the 12 to 1 stat, but let's just stick with where we are. So this is saying then that by a weekday, there's a 31% probability that a new high of day will be made. Huh. I'm on mute. Sorry about that. What I was looking at here was that there is not a very high probability, or at least that I'm confident about here. A new high of day on Tuesday during the power hour in this cash session. There's a 68% probability that we will not make a new high. Where the price is sitting right now, it is not particularly helpful because we're not pushing the highs. Now, if you were thinking about a mean reversion up here, like here or down, that would be a different story. But I don't see, I guess I'm interpreting that, right? Power hour breakout. What's the other one? Power hour continuation. What the hell does that mean? Ooh, look at here. Oh, this is closed above or below the session open. Well, that's not much. That's not a big help. I don't think that's particularly a big one. Okay. That's not any biggie. Power hour breakout is the big one because it basically is the 12-to-1 stat on steroids, right? Now, the 12-to-1 stat, let's see. No, it was not put in. The 12-to-1 stat was not set because we did not put a new high of day between 12 and 1. That's what the stat talks about. Right here to right here. We didn't do that. The high of day is over here. So, now this could still trade up here to this liquidity and it wouldn't be a new high of day. Yeah. That's for sure. I like the looks of this right away. Let's just keep thinking about it though. How's my little algorithm doing over here? Hi, Mr. Algo Boy. How are you? Okay. Now we're long here because of the parameters. I have it set way wide, like 100% of the IB or something. The IB in this case is 31 handles. So the stop would be down here. And the targets are way up in 100 and 200 or something silly above it like that. I wanted to just see if everything was plotting correctly. And what I'll be able to do is narrow this down and use it for various orb opens. That's what I was trying to do. And this thing will also do a couple other things here that I kind of like, which is to IB breakout, IB retracement, developing VPOC pullback, and IB rejection or failure. And then I can set those orbs up here for wherever I want them to be, and use the breakout and see how that works. But here's what I was referring to: the retracement proximity is 25%, and that's worked fine. But the stop loss, 100% of the IB, 1%. T1 is 100%. T2 is 200%. Well, that's pretty crazy. Obviously, here is the open price right here, right wherever the little blue guy went, right there. Then we've got to get this 100% up here. Up here is T1, and 200% way above that's T2. And I've got to get those targets plotting on there, like I have in my other ones, which I will. So that's completely unrealistic, but it did the breakout exactly right on the next candle right there. These are just to use for rough back testing. We'll do the market wrap at the end of the day here pretty quick. I want to look at something first. Okie dokie. We're going to, coming up on the bottom of the hour here, I will do the market recap. And then we'll have the market on closing balance at the top of the hour. And the session close. Okie dokie. Market recap here now. So first of all, bookmap. There is the full session. Look at that. It's been hiding up here for a long time at the top of that hour. That's been in the market since 10:30. Do I think they're going to go up there and tag that out in the swing trade? Probably so, yeah, I do. I'm not making a prediction or going to trade it, but, you know, I would say so. I've seen that happen 2 or 3 many days recently. Here's the day. Here's the trade of the day. Plotted here and forever there. And the ticks and the data, the complete breakdown of the trade and record of the trade right there. They're all the same, of course. These are the 5 accounts, so this is times 5, but there you are. And that's the breakdown. Make sure I have that captured properly here. For my journal, there we are. Okay, so I'm not going to be doing anything between now and then. I don't think. I don't try the closing swing trade. I'll be doing either. I might do the global or the Asian orb tonight, and if I or not, I don't know. If I schedule it, I do. It's basically a homework thing, and it's not. There's nobody coming by except now and then somebody drops in to say hi, but that's about it. So it's not really a scheduled event like this RTH session. Obviously news, you know, and some more news. So it's been a pretty goofy day all around, all based on True Social tweets and I guess maybe some other stuff. I don't know. I mean, I'm talking about only around the Straits of Hormuz in Iraq or Iran and Trump things. So that's that. IRT. Once again, there's a session. What would you call that? What would you call that profile? That's about as balanced as you're going to get, and that's just damn near exactly all overlapping value. This is value from yesterday, or from yesterday. Get away from there, buddy. There's the RTH session yesterday. They're open. We just closed the gap. And then some. And there's our profile. So, you know, it is what it is. Again, today, here's just, they did finally get the POs, the volume point of control for the micro composite to move yesterday. And here we are trading a little bit around it now. This will be included, obviously. Here's the trade. Here's another that I didn't take. I wasn't here, and I wouldn't at 1500 or whatever that is. No, that's 11. And this was the trade. Now this is automatic, right? So there's the entry. There's the T1. Didn't get to T2. And came back to the stop. Because after T1, it trails, this system trails to break even, which is essentially what I did manually over there. But I did continue to trail up and took it up to about here where we got stopped out. That's the difference. This is completely computerized, no discretion, exactly by the rules. And the trade of the day was triggered exactly off of these rules, but then my trade management was discretionary. Nothing fired over here because I don't have the system pushing. So there we go. Doing some stuff with Edgeful. And remember now that IRT is the basic charting package, and where I do the back testing, forward testing, system development, and Bookmap is the execution, real live execution platform. So let's look at the important stuff now for tomorrow. Well, this has been a rodeo over here. CPI was this morning. Okay, that's the biggie. And then there was just one extravaganza after the other. The tomorrow's news will be PPI. Ooh, that's the next big one. And core PPI. Those are two real big reports. And earnings is getting out of the blocks here. The banks are coming out now, and we see how the list is starting to grow. Pretty soon, this will be 2 or 3 scrolls of my mouse to get the whole thing covered. But they've got banks coming out tomorrow. And so we got PPI, yeah, and this is today. We got to get to tomorrow here. PPI is at 7:30. Talking Fed and talking Feds. All right. This is Financial Juice, which is my second news source, and where we will have the market on close orders up here at the 1450, which is every day at 1450. I guess I didn't really go through that. This is investing.com, which is my original go-to source. And I like the way it presents itself to, copy and paste into Discord or something. You can filter it for wherever you are. It is free, so you can... I do that on purpose because I figure anybody that comes through the stream ought to be able to have access to the same resources I do, or that I use, if it helps, If you want to pay for it, knock yourself out. And if you notice that they only report traditional economic, financial events and numbers, which I like. And if you hover over any of these, you will find out that it turns to a URL, and you can click it and go find out all you want to find out about that report. Financial Juice, on the other hand, is also free, and you can filter it, but they will pull non-traditional events, or I guess events is as good a word as any, into their calendar, and it'll appear on the squawk box over here. So we can kind of have a drill down a bit for our risk management, in other words. And that's where we are now. Pretty quick, we'll have the market on close orders over here, and there you go. Then we'll close her down at the top of the hour, and yeah, I'm pretty pleased with the outcome of the day so far. It's encouraging to have a planned, data-driven trade work by the numbers and be here to take advantage of it. Last week, there were 2 beautiful trades that I was otherwise engaged for life stuff, taking our daughter somewhere, and which is great. But it is frustrating when I come back and something I've anticipated has happened and I've missed it. And I don't chase trades. I don't overtrade. I don't do any of that. So I spend a lot of time standing and watching the whole day go by because I don't have any setups or triggers. So there you go. And now, we've got another 10 minutes for the market on close. We can see what's going to happen over here. We're 1 point high here on the price ladder. In case you're curious or new to the stream, it's first of all, thanks a lot for coming by. Like and subscribe. That's always great. Be honored. Tell 10,000 of your 100,000 of your friends, about it, and then then I'll be able to breathe easy. That'd be great. Yeah. It's interesting doing the stream because it's, first it's really great to have interaction with like Anton or Anthony or Richard or Magic or anybody. That's really great. And that's the spirit of this stream, in my opinion, is to have a conversation and dynamically improve our trading, including using my trading business development here as a kind of a conversation starter. And also, it's pretty weird to trade live. It's absolutely, try it, absolutely fully transparent and fully accountable. So you move your stop away from entry, everybody that is going to know, which I never do, but, there you are. So there we go. What else am I forgetting? It seems like I'm forgetting something, but I don't know what it is. So I guess it couldn't be too important. So anyway, what else is there to say? Thanks a lot for coming by. Going to stand by here and watch it, mark it on closed imbalance, and then take it into the close. Every trading day from 8 Central Standard Time until 1500. And occasionally, well, lately it's been every day. The last, 3 or 4 weeks, I have a Globex stream or Asia stream just because I have a very firm commitment never to take any trades off of the stream. And all trades on the stream are live, real data. So if I'm investigating the, market conditions and trading conditions in these Globex orb trades for Asia or for Globex, I need to have that be a live stream so that if there is a trade presents itself, I take it. I can take it. And that's the reason I do that. But it's, I'm not trying to develop a new stream group or anything like that. It's just part of my commitment to do it live. Only trade live, only trade on the stream. Period. We got about 5 minutes here. I'm going to grab another glass of tea. I'm not sure what to make of this. This power hour report in my data analysis tool. Yeah, it was. I'm just looking at this new Edgeful power hour thing here. Looking back 5 years on Tuesdays, there's only a 31%, 32% probability you make a new high during the power hour. 80 and 68% you do not. Interesting, huh? That flies in the face of the, if I'm thinking about it right, that kind of contradicts the 12 to 1 stat from TLab. Because I can change this power hour to be 2 hours, so it would be from 1 to 3. Because the 12 to 1 stat says that if you put a new high in during 12 to 1, you have a high probability that you're going to put in a higher high at some point in the balance of the trading session. Now, that wouldn't be applicable today because it's first of all, it has to be in a trend day. So that's a filter that's not available. The high was put in before 12, so that's also doesn't apply. But then I was just looking at this basic strategy or this basic statistic here that's only 32% of the time you do put in a new high. Trying to figure out how I would use that or not. Don't know. But anyway, I got PPIs tomorrow. So big numbers. At 7:30ish, I think. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Come on, fight like a man. And it's PPI at 7:30, and then core. So also all of them 7:30 in Empire State. But earnings are kicking off too. Banks are open. It's not even nearly real busy, but they're spooling up. When this is rocking, it takes me 3 or 4 scrolls with my mouse to get to the bottom, sometimes 5. So this is a short list, but the banks and everybody are coming out. So there's that. I would be dumbfounded if they don't closing swing trade doesn't come up here and tag out that 7,600 again. I mean, that's happened. I don't know how many days in the last 2 weeks. And, it's basically 10 handles across there. So again, if you looked at it if I looked at it as a mean reversion or a asymmetrical trade, the place to have taken one would be along down here off one of these, just where it below the IB, or maybe right here, and targeting that liquidity. The problem, or not the problem, but one of the things that kind of made me start digging around Edgeful over here was when I remembered seeing that initial balance, or that power hour thing. Now, this is high of day, so just getting up here to 7,600 would not be a new high of day. The new high of day would be way up here, put in way early in the morning. But it was put in based on, craziness for us over here, this, the number, or not the number, but the Trump thump. Well, I did, the trade today was based on exactly on probabilities. I mean, by the numbers, and that's how I'm trying to focus it. So, yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. It's like Murphy's Law, right? But the problem for me is if I don't use data and probabilities, then it's all discretion, and I'm not. I guess I'm not good at that, or I'm too. I've done that for years, but I'm not, and it's never been really that successful. Like Rod and those guys that don't. They just, well, I did this because, I don't know about Rod, but some of them have these long-winded descriptions about why they took a trade. Long-winded descriptions about why they took a trade with, we're approaching the previous something or another, and the low volume node over here, and the something else over there, and I'm going, wow, I don't know how they really actually do that. I actually asked in there the other day, I said, so for low volume nodes, do you use micro composite, the Globex, the full session, or do you use the current RTH session? And the answer was all. It's like, okay. It didn't help me a hell of a lot. I didn't say anything, and I said thanks a lot. But that's that kind of an answer to me says, well, yeah, but I don't want to tell you. I'm good. I don't think I'll be doing a stream tonight. I've done one every night for the last, I don't know, 5 weeks or something. I got rid of the orb, the 5 o'clock or 1700 to 1900 one, and then the last few days I've just done Asia, which is 1900 my time, Central Standard Time, to about 2100 or something. I don't think I will today, and that'll give me time to really to get into my old homework mode, which is practice. I still haven't worked out how to unwind the hedge fund. I still think the hedge plan is a great technique, but I still haven't figured out how to unwind it. And the last time I did it, I didn't unwind right, and my risk ended up being way more than I should have been taking. So, loss, so I need to do that. Yeah, well, that's the problem for sure. And that's one of the things where the data, why I'm liking this edgeful data around the zones, like today, IB high pulled back to the 25, entered a trade and it went. Sometimes it doesn't, but with the probabilities for that specific day that you've got a pretty good edge that you're not going to get to the 50 or maybe the 75. That I think that helps. That means something to me. So let's see if they come up here and tag 76. I'll bet you dollars to donuts they do. I'm going to go slide out here and grab some tea. Whoopsie. Did I miss it? Oh, shit. I missed the, I got busy talking to you and missed the market on close imbalance. Sorry about that. Anybody who cares, which I don't think anybody does. But... Oh, look at this. I don't think I've ever seen anything so small, she said. 5 million buy side, S&P 500. Oops. Of 548 million the sell side, buy side 108, nothing, man. 81 million. That's got to be some of the lowest stuff I've ever seen when we're talking about 9 billion, I don't think that. Okay, well, good. I guess I didn't need to worry about missing it. That was a nothing burger there for sure. What the hell is this? Huh. Well, what a mess. You ever trade bonds? I've known a couple of guys that only trade bonds and really, really did well and liked it. Now that's a possibility of an income that yeah, well there's only that liquidity living up there for me. But bonds, there's an idea of something that might be out of the, I don't know how they react to all this goofiness. But man, I tell you, that's the main reason I started looking at the Globex stuff, was to get away from, Tweets or Us. I'm so sick of that crap. I can't even see straight. I'd stay up and trade London if it would get me out of this environment to just normal trading stuff. And I don't think I'm blaming not trading well on that, but when you have crap like this go on, when you have stuff like this go on here, and the other day 50 handle dump out of no place. Well, I could probably, hold on a minute, let's do something there. Remember, I have this thing tweaked way back. Let's put it at 100. Why doesn't it want to do 100? Oh, because that's what the other one is. Okay. Whoops, we don't want 1100. I don't think that'll work. There we go. So this is liquidity. Oopsie doopsie. This is liquidity chasing it all the way up, and all the liquidity laying out here between 78 89 and 76, and then on up to 05. If I have them all turned on, which I don't because I have a hard time seeing where price went. It is pretty cute how this thing, and when you do this, how it goes, liquidity falls, liquidity falls, liquidity fall. I mean, I guess maybe I ought to keep it up. That's the point of this stupid thing after all. This whole heat map idea. That's not so bad there. Rod has a pretty cool setting on his. A couple of people have asked him for it, and he never answers unless he's DMing them or something like that. I kind of like it, but he uses the colored thing, and which changes the background. I like the black background, which is the old-fashioned maneuver. He does that one, but I don't really. That's hard for me to see. It's much easier for me to see when it's a stark contrast like that. Yeah, well, that's what bonds and futures are, of course, is hedging for options and stuff. But I've never traded them myself. I know there's, Grady Barr, was that his name? No BS Trading was one of the people that was really excited about using Top Step, using Jigsaw. And there's a Canadian guy, a Canadian trader or something like that, who I think also uses Jigsaw, who just trades bonds. A lot of people obviously do. Hold on, I smell something hot here. I want to make sure nothing's on fire. Hold on. All good here. All good here. Well, there we are. They didn't, no closing swing trade, no nothing. So the edgeful statistic about I'm going to keep an eye on this thing. I'll get it set up to where it works for my stuff, our stuff. The right instrument and all that, and keep an eye on it. Yeah. I don't know them at all other than having listened to them, once upon a time. I might have actually done something with that No BS guy. He's in Tampa, or used to be, if I'm remembering correctly. Way back around, way back, 2015 or 16 or something. I may have done something like listen to him. I think he's got a paywall or something like that. I think I might have listened to watch him trade before. Maybe that's something to do. Maybe I like trading the futures, and that's all I've traded for a long time. But if I could find an instrument where I could, just like I was looking for a different time, for a different session, if I can find an instrument that is less affected by this craziness, I would be real interested to look at it. Now, the big difference in, big difference in commissions and margin and all of that stuff. But maybe it's worth it in the end. I don't know. Yeah, well, it seems like I've got patients coming out my kazoo over here. But anyway, yeah, okay. I'm going to see what I'm going to put together this. Here, let's see what this. Where am I? What's going on? Who's on third? Get out of here. There we go. I'm going to see what this Magic's opening range thing looks like. First of all, the reason this took the trade right on schedule and perfectly triggered, by the way, and nothing else has happened about it, is because I had set this for stupidness. It's set for the stop is 100% of the IB. Well, this is 30 handles. Was 30 handles. So the stop's clear down here someplace, and the profit targets is 100 and 200%. So, yeah. The only reason it's an inside day, though, is this goofy shit here. Well, this was the CPI. Yeah, so that's not exactly. This is the Trump bump over here. Yeah. So anyway, what I was going to do was, first of all, make those normal. Something that I'll probably need to do is make them percentages. Well, they are percentages. Okay. So here's what I'm talking about. 25% is a pullback, and then 100%, 100%, 200%. That's pretty dumb. Let's make it 50. And make this one 50. And make this one 100. I don't think that'll make much difference, but maybe. Oh, yes, it did right away. So they both, there was the entry right on schedule, and they stopped. Now I can see I've got to go tweak my targets in here because they're not working right. They're not plotting just the graphic. These are percentages of, oh, I know. If I have this set at 25, the trigger, and wait a minute, what has 25 got to do with anything? Nothing. Because this is not the retrace, this is the breakout. Okay, let's see what changing that breakout does to, let's see what this does. 830, and we'll make this 835, 5-minute bar. That may be too big, but anyway. I have to make it 835 because, oops. Oh, what is going on? Oh, 835. There we go. Because I'm 5-minute candles. This is doing something in the wrong direction here. It's going backwards. It's shortened the highs, shortened the breakouts, and not going long. So I need to figure that out, change that around, or add that functionality. He doesn't do any of that tricky stuff, according to what he told me. He just, wait a minute. This should not be going the wrong way. But that's what's happening right here, because there is the IB. Breakout, and it went short right there. That's not correct. Should be long. I mean, it still would have stopped out, and this short still would have stopped out. So they don't work out very good. Let's see what this does. It's barely, oh no, it's losing money hand over fist. Buy and hold is positive, but that trade is losing money hand over fist. So much for that idea. I gotta fix the code. This is not right. Is not right. Sell. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do this. There's the breakout. Sell. Take profit, take profit. So it took those two. I gotta obviously play with some other way. Figure it out differently. Yeah, there's the breakout. Short. That's working the right direction. TP1 and then close at the end of the session. Breakout short. Wait a minute. No, that's correct. Okay. I was going, wait a minute. I don't see the IB anymore. Breakout short. But this is the Trump dump. Look at that. Look at that one candle. 35 or 40 points, right? And so it got short and then stopped. And one of the things that's hard to think, I mean, not hard, but one of the things that must be considered here, there's a beauty. there's what you want to see right there. Is risk, right? Because the stop as a percentage of the range that I've got. I also have a range filter, an IB filter, where I can have a minimum and a maximum, so it doesn't trade when you've got some stupid risk reward like today with 100% of the IB, and you're talking about 35, 32 handles risk. So yeah, but this is doing just as it's supposed to. Breakout and then up. I mean, breakdown, targets. Looks so simple, when I look back at these days. What are they? What are these days? Where the hell are they? There's some way you do this. I don't know what it is. Oh, there we go. Where is the date? How the hell do you get the... Oh, I'm down at the bottom. Okay. Looking for the info box, and it's there at the bottom. So there's the 26th of July. What a beauty. All right. Yeah, talk to you later. Talk to you tomorrow, Anton. Nice to see you. Have a good one. I am busy flapping my mouth here, and I haven't even shut the stream down. So have a great evening. Remember to get out and do something for yourself, your health. There's more to this than watching these screens all day.